Morning, good morning. My YouTube chat is not working for some reason. What's going on? See if I can close this. Ah, there we go. All right, good. Yeah, it's unsurprising that you got it as a Florida resident. You're gonna be the first state to get the plague.
The Japanese yen rising 1% to a session high against the US dollar.
I'll tell you what everyone tells me whenever I say I have an ailment.
Bank of America sees two 2025 Fed rate cuts versus zero previously.
All right. So this is a bit of a weird area. Because this is going to be Russell pushing back down into our 30-second opening range in VWAP. So I'm expecting a bounce here. Same thing with ES into this 10 to 15. Um, I'm also a bit worried though because NQ has quite a gap that it needs to fill structurally. The only thing that we've really got going for us here on NQ is that we spent a decent amount of time here before open, Globex wise, right? So we've just done our structural retest here of this area. So I will keep an eye on this area here. See if we can find a bid, like so, as we push into this. But I'm a little less confident on NQ compared to ES and RTY finding a bit of relief here. We just need to wait and see how our reactions are, but I'm looking to see if we can find a bit of a bid. RTY should be able to trade up at least here. Same thing on ES. I'd expect like this 10 to 15 to find a buy. And then we should be able to trade to like 25, ideally. I mean, we'll see. It just depends on if NQ is able to find a bid here as well with Russell. If Russell and NQ can find a bid, then it makes a lot of sense to find a bit of relief here. It doesn't mean it has to be a right side of V, but should expect a bit of at least a decent little move up. Just gonna have to wait and see. This makes sense pivot wise. See what they do.
So Bank of America Global Research expect the Fed to deliver again 225 basis point cuts each in September and December this year from the prior forecast of no cuts following the NFP data.
Need RTY to find this low before we can be convinced, but this is where I am watching. We've got a bit of a offer ready to go here at 790 on NQ. If 790 continues to maintain, I have one more leg down to 750 here on NQ. With us failing to hold our 784 to 800. Just watching this offer here, this move through this range. Thirty seconds till new 15s. Just watching how we close here. So again, like we are just doing this move through our value off of the failure to get back above. So this is that look in, and then the rotation through. I if we don't find a bid here into the new 15 and we can't hold, we should just expect a rotation down to 690 on retest, right? what we need to see now is a clear bid here on NQ. And then push above this for upside. Or this is just a value rotation right through our fixed range. If offer now holds here and we look back below, then we should have one more leg down for gap fill. Lack of bid there on Russell on our 30-second opening range is really interesting. So NQ leading us down, and as long as RTY and NQ are falling together, there's no low yet. This was like the only shot that I was looking at for a potential low on ES at our 10 to 15. That's yesterday's high of day and our like HV, our high volume edge there from that previous candle. But if that can't hold, it's like, okay, well, now we're just going to rotate through this LPN back down to 502. Right, do you see this little LVN? So like this was kind of our only shot.
Trump on Truth Social
No,
says Jerome too late Powell should have lowered rates long ago. As usual, he's too late.
Without a lack of bid there and higher or low, nothing really to do. Now it's just testing into our ETH low. Should expect at least a bit of a structural fill here unless we're going to go crazy to the downside. If we don't see ETH low hold and at least retest and then offer this, we'll head back down to 85 would be my guess. We'll see what happens. But I'm not super convinced on anything yet.
So US index is here just extending these pairing back of gains in the red now, down spot 2% on the S&P 500. Again, that's the S&P 500 erasing gains from the NFP report this morning, now down spot 2%.
So this is a great secondary target here. If you're playing the structural flip below our value edge, this is now target. I again don't we got to see the bid step in first before you can flip. Just keep an eye on your 15-minute. As long as we're holding POCs from the previous 15-minute candle to downside, there's nothing but little relief bounces to expect. The trend is down. But this is gap fill, so this is where I start to watch again. Just like we were watching at the 10 to 15 for a bounce, we still need to see the higher low, right? We don't just buy because it's a level. Just wait a second, be patient, and let's see what happens. This is quite the dramatic move, but NQ had a gap to fill, just like we talked about. So when Russell and NQ find this low, then the bid will step back in very quickly, and then we can play that. If there's no bid to step in, then it doesn't make sense for us to buy. You can imagine that. So immediate bid off of our gap fill target. We are just looking to see if we can get back through or if we're going to build here. This is ES testing ETH low at 500. See if we can flip it for a retest of 515, or if this is going to hold downtrend. Makes a lot of sense to find sell side here at this like 720, 730 on NQ. It's your full rotation back down to our lows here from 720, 730 offer. Now let's see if we can flip this or if this is going to hold. I'm unsure. If it does flip, we'll
Drop
be
in the
looking for
S&P
650
500
below.
extending now to spot 3%.
Looking for one more leg down to 484 here on ES into our VPOC and previous day POC. Watching 690 on our offer here on NQ for just a lower high. And then continuation down to our 650 target. I just exited one there from 750 points at 650.
Alphabet's Google is set to be hit with an EU antitrust fine over ad tech practices later on Friday, according to sources. So this ad tech fine was previously delayed, but it does appear that this is going to be hit now.
So market's kind of now reset in a sense, where the gap up is now been deleted, and we are just back to yesterday's range that we were trading in. Unless something drastic changes, this makes sense for bounces across the market. Just waiting to see now how we perform here on ES. This was our flip that we saw yesterday. Yeah, I don't know, and we'll see. We filled gap, so not really incredibly bearish now that we're back into range. What we're going to be watching for is how we interact here on ES, I think. Expecting basically just balance in between here for right now, where we need to see how we're going to interact between previous days value high and previous days OC. If we can get back over this and start to show it as supportive, awesome, we go up. If this holds as resistance and we push below, should expect rotations down. Pretty obvious, right? Because if we're back inside yesterday's value and we can't show any interest over our value high, we should expect rotations through. So we're just going to keep an eye on this. As long as this is holding as resistance, we should continue to expect that downside is intact, and that right, the downside channel kind of could just continue. But let's keep an eye on this. We now have a very clear pivot that we're going to need to
S&P
breach.
extending drop now to spot 45%.
500. It's 490 to 500 becomes incredibly important. But if we flip below this 480, we should expect, I think, a rotation down to 465. Right, because then it would just be this rotation here. Let's see what they do here. Right now, I guess a better way to look at this is our upper balance that I'm looking at from here to here, 480 to 490. And then this would be our lower balance, where if we can flip below 480, I'd be looking for a move down to 465. So this is a pretty important pivot for short term on ES. And again, you don't need to knife catch, just wait for the first higher low. And then play the secondary. Yeah. Like there's nothing yet that is invalidated our downside, and so I'm still on a runner. But I have plans of where I think potential buyers could be. Here, I want you to go through this list again of how we look at trades, what we're watching for. Do I put this? Put it here. All right, so what are we doing right now? Well, we are identifying where value is and where it used to be, and we're using those as potential targets, right? Of or potential pivots of where price can flip. So what we've done is that we've segmented ES into two balances, in this upper balance and this lower balance, to give an idea of where, if price holds, can go, and where, if it pushes through, price can go. So that's what we're doing right now. We've identified that we're in a downtrend. We are holding our POC to value high as resistance, right? So we have a clarified trend. We have a clarified pivot. So we now have targets and we have an idea of where sell side is located. And we're going to be playing around that until proven otherwise. Yes or no? I'm really trying to stop you guys from being like trying to knife catch every 5 seconds. Like, yes, we have areas where we have interest, but we also have an overall trend on the day. So our idea will always be watch for participants at these areas. And if we see anything interesting, if we see anyone caught off sides, we can then play a secondary move. If not, then we should expect that sell side trend is still intact and that we will then rotate through our value area to our next target. Yeah, here. I mean, I don't really have room on my screen, but I will paste it here for you. Just as like a reminder real quick before I go back to trading. Yeah, yeah. So what do we want to see at one of our pivots? What do we want to see? How do we know that there's a potential low in? What needs to happen when we're in a trend, the downside, for us to feel comfortable that there's a potential change in direction? What are we going to be looking for if you're looking at that checklist? What needs to happen? Sure, but like, what is going to tell us? What does it mean when POCs flip in a trend? Yeah, okay. So absorption in an offside seller who then becomes trapped, right? Okay. And that's usually how a POC actually shifts, right? Like that's the inner workings of it. Is that we have people who have been passively taken in on the sell side, and then we see buyers stepping over value on that candle, right? So let's say like this range here is our low, just as a hypothetical, right? So like what would we need to see for that to play? Well, let's put a fixed range on here, just so we have an understanding. So we have an identified area of value here. I'm just deleting this for the example. So we have a value low, we have a value high, and we have a POC of this area. So if we were going to find a low what would we want to see happen for this flip to occur? Well, we can look at footprint as well, right? So this area here, from here, from here to here, right? From POC to value high, where sell side is currently loading, we would want to see participants push us back into this range and then build this as supportive, right? So we would be looking for buyers to be here, yeah? And then we'd be looking to play this back up to this offer. Because what is that telling us? Well, it's telling us that there's now a buyer willing to participate above our value high, and is now we're seeing a secondary step in where our value high is supportive for a rotation up. Where do we expect sell side to be if we're going to continue our trend down? Well, here, right? Into our value high. And then where do we expect sell side to be for secondary moves where we're going to push down? Well, we expect sell side secondaries to be here at our 39s, at our value low. Because if they are going to shift value, we should expect that they will continue to fail to push above, trapping buyers above. We look down, we then hold, and then we continue our rotation down, which is our downtrend. Yeah, look, it's a channel down. So our flip or our bid, what would need to happen is for us to be able to shift our value high and make that supportive, trapping sellers below, right? So we want to see that these guys down here are offsides. That's our first move, right? That's the catalyst, is participants who are outside of value caught offsides, so potentially here. And then we want to see secondary buyers step up above our POC to value high of that candle, showing an initiative bid outside of value. That is our first signal of like, oh, okay, we now have a trap trader, and now we have a secondary buyer. That's a good chance of a potential right side of V. Until then, right, it's just downtrend continuation. Yeah. And it's the same thing on ES, right? Like we've already identified two balances, right? This is our lower balance, this is our upper balance. So what does ES need to do? Well, it needs to very clearly show interest back above this, or this is going to be where we offer, and then rotate down into target, into our 650, our 465. So we're watching now to see if this is now where our offer sits at this 480 to 484. If it does, I expect a rotation down to 464. If we can flip back above this 484, I expect us to rotate then up to 490 to 495. Right, that'd be our upper balance. That would be our lower balance. So we're just keeping our eye on this. We have our two moves mapped. Right? Like again, it's just like, has anything changed? If there's been no change, if we can't find someone who's offsides, if we can't find a participant who's actually willing to defend or to change or shift the narrative, then why are we looking for a shift of the narrative, right? We can find areas of interest where we have potential moves that to occur, but if we then don't see those moves occur at those areas, then we need to step out of the way, right? And play with current trend. That's my entire point. Looks like offer sitting into 640 here. See if we get a lower high, and then a continuation down. Amazing offer at 640. That's 20 points right there. Okay, I'm gonna take my first risk off here from 700 and now just be in my position from 640. Do you see how we like marked out this entire move before it happened with an explanation of what we were looking for? Like this is just it's not like I'm like some crazy I can see the future or anything. It's just like if value doesn't shift, we know what is going to happen. Like it's just there are responses in the market that happen at specific places and travel specific distances, right? So it's just like we expect rotations to occur in these areas, and we expect like movements to happen in set like increments on the way down, right? Impulsive moves, and like after a certain distance, we should expect bids to step in and then rotations to occur, and then we just get like this channeling down action, right? Like it's just a trend continuation. So like there's no craziness here, but like once you have an understanding of like where value should be found and where that offer is located, like oh okay, well that makes a lot of sense. Like we held our value low after a failed look above. So right, like this participant is offsides. We then looked back inside value. We then looked below, we tried to trap down here, failed. We're unable to then take out these highs. So we now are holding our value high as resistance. We then push below again. Okay, well, let's now test our value low. Wow, value low held at 640. So if we're now holding value high and the offer is now moved to value low, well, we should be expecting a pretty clear continuation down and a very fast lag because now we have offside participants who have to cover, right? And now we're pushing down and we're gonna go and get this continuation. Like that's all this is. So it's just understanding how to play around a value profile and then looking for a continuation in a trend. And again, we have an idea of where ES is going to move. So when we don't really have like a great level on NQ, but we see that ES and RTY are following in a similar trend, but we have much better structure on ES to play off of, which was what we were doing yesterday. Like this is yesterday into our 30-second opening range. Like this is my target, right? And so this gives me a really easy area to watch for what we expect to happen on ES as we push into here. I know where we're headed, right? This is what we talked about. This is our lower balance. So to me, this is our great risk off here. This is $1,000 from our 640 entry. So already we've made a 1K on one lot. And we've now hit target. And now we watch to see what happens on ES and NQ. Do I expect this to be the low? I have no clue. I don't know. That's $1,000 right there. And that's our full target that we pathed. If we can flip below this, then we have one more leg down to this VPOC would be my guess. Remember, what are we doing right now? Why are we moving the way we're moving? Well, we flipped back below our previous day value high, right? So yesterday's value high. We then made previous day POC resistance, right? So if we are now holding below previous day value high to POC, where do we expect price to go? Well, probably to value low, right? If we're now inside yesterday's value area, that'd be my guess. So let's see what happens. This is our 30-second opening range, so expect a bit of a bid. But if we flip this, we'll be targeting this low here. This is your balance rotation. I'm out of my NQ trade and now just waiting for another entry. Oh, people on YouTube can't see. I posted in Discord, I forgot. Okay, I'm deleting this now that this is fully played so that it's not messy. Jesus. It's a super important area, short term. Again, I'm fully risked off on NQ into our 560, 570. Now just waiting to see what happens here. If bid can hold here, we have a potential shift at the lows short term. All right, holding our value high, keeping an eye on it. Same thing with ES at our 30-second opening range here. This is either where we trap a seller, or sorry, trap a bid into these highs, and then rotate us back below, or we see a very clear hold and then rotation through. Unsure. But price is above POC, which is our first sign that someone's trying to step in and take in size at our lows, and we're now trying to hold. We've got 6.5 minutes until new 15s, but bids seem to be fine as of right now. Just watching for some sort of secondary move to play off of. This flip of our NQ value here at 590 was good, but I missed the opportunity. Now I have to wait because this is kind of target here into 630. Right, like this is our first target here into this edge. This is our value from previous candle, our value low at this 617. But if we are able to push up, should be able to go to POC above. No giveaway yet. We're gonna be doing one probably around lunch when the market slows down. Right now, it's just trading. I'm not trying to miss opportunities, and you guys shouldn't either while we wait. Yeah, so these are 15-minute charts, Vincent, right here. And then these are smaller time frame charts. So we base our trade PTs and entries off of our 15-minute charts structure, and then we look for entries on the smaller time frames. So that's what we were just watching for. A move into 640 here on NQ. Like, so just as an example, Vincent, like these are the trades that I took. And I wouldn't be able to get these kind of entries or areas of interest if I wasn't on this time frame, right? So like our exit is the low. Our entry was this 640, 630, right? Like this is where we just offered. This is where we just went. So now we've done the full sell that I just did on the secondary leg. We've now just done the retrace to my original secondary entry here off of this. So to me, I like being able to visualize what we're going to do, but I base all of my stuff off of larger structure. That's all. But we just did this move. That is this. But yeah, no, as long as the market is moving momentum wise, I'm not looking to do like giveaway stuff to distract people. Trade when there's opportunity, don't trade when there isn't. Right? So when the market slows down during lunch, we can do some stuff. Right now you should be making money. The noise of the 15, I mean, to me there isn't a ton of noise. Like you have to set, like segment areas into zones instead of trying to like get like perfect entries or exits at like a specific level. The way that we do it, the way that you should always be kind of like looking at the market is like there are areas where price is kind of finding like this is uh okay, let me think about this before I just give you a word salad. So if you think about the market in a as an auction, we expect price to basically rotate in a distribution, right? And this is what we would see as our volume profile, like a very clear distribution like this. And most distributions are going to look mostly like this, which is a like a D profile, right? Or a very clear um, profile with that's pretty balanced, right? We have a nice distribution across all of our volume. So in an area at our point of interest, right, which would be this high at 640, we expect in our tail of our profile, right, that price is able to kind of hold this area and that this is where sell side is going to be in our tail of our distribution, just like we'd expect bids to be around here into the low of our profile if we were going to be balanced. So as we approach this area, it can be a little choppy. That's fine, right? These are people getting filled for a potential rotation through our value, through this distribution. But we expect the same thing on the sell side. So it's not choppy to me in that way, because these are just people getting filled in our distribution at our edge, right? So we don't expect it to be like an instant fill at one specific price. But as long as that area is maintaining and being respected, we should expect more of the same within our auction. That's kind of how I see it. So like we build out our levels or our areas of interest on a higher time frame to give us an understanding of where sell side should be and where buy side needs to be if we're going to flip. But as long as that area is maintaining and we're seeing an active participant at that level on the DOM and in our order flow, there's no reason to get chopped up because there's been no change in any of the things that we're looking for structurally. I hope that makes sense. That might be too much for you if you're new. Um, but like we expect price to move in a very specific way if it's going to if it's auctioning, right? Like auctions, we have buyers who find value at the low, we have sellers who find value at the high, right? We can consider this discount, we consider this premium, right? And there's going to be very clear rotations between this person who thinks that this is expensive and that this is cheap, right? And we're going to see them selling or offloading up into these highs and buyers loading into these lows. And we expect that rotation to occur if we're in a balanced area. So once we find that area of balance or a value, what we describe it as, we can then look for those participants in those areas and look to transact around them, right? We're in a very clear trend down though, so we don't expect any price at the lows to hold until proven otherwise, because we know that sell side is just kind of like moving price down and we're just offering lower and lower highs. So we should expect like basically a basing to occur, and then we retest our previous seller, which is here where we shorted last, right? And if this seller is still present, we then come back down to our lows where that buyer was. But we shouldn't expect lows to hold we should expect trend to continue, right? So we just are basing and then sell side steps in, the offer lowers, and then we continue downward. It is what it is until proven otherwise, because we're in trend. But yeah, like, so the entries, I'm not getting chopped up because my zone is usually around like 10 to 15 points where I'm looking for an entry. And as long as that's not invalidating, there's no reason to be expecting anything else. I'll go over that more as the day goes on, but like if this stuff is stopping you out where we like look above, 5 points, like you're trading too tight. That doesn't make any sense. The things that we care about are like, are we maintaining below POC to value high of our previous candle, right? Is as long as this is holding, there's no reason to be looking for an upside move, in my opinion. Just like here, it's like, are we trading below our structure of our previous candle and footprint? Okay, well then there's nothing to be looking for here for upside. So where did we just trade to on ES? What was our target and why was our target here? Why does this make sense? What is this? Yeah, it's previous day value low, right? So what was the idea for this move down? Well, we pushed below previous day value high. So we entered back into our previous day's value, right? So if previous day's value is here to here, and we just talked about how distributions work, right? We're back inside previous day value, and then we made previous day POC resistance. So this is that leg down. We expect that price is then going to rotate down into previous day value low. So now we've done the full value of yesterday from previous day value high to previous day value low with POC going resistance, right? So that's how we've now pushed, or we can do these, like we have an idea of where price is going to go and how it's going to get there. So this is a good first target to see what's going to happen. I think as long as this 465 is kind of holding though, we should expect one more leg down into 450 for this VPOC here. We'll see, but what we need to see for the bid to have any merit is for us to step back over 468, I believe. And then we can do this rotation here between this zone and this zone. But yeah, gonna delete all this now that this is played. So does it make sense that we're retesting here into POC of previous candle, and that this is our pivot short term after bouncing here at previous day value low? To me, it does. So we should expect our offer to be sitting here short term. And what we're going to need to see for the flip is a very clear bid above this POC, or that we just expect our offer to be here into that, right? And then we look for a continuation down. But I think if this can flip, we just head back up to value low here up at 475, be my guess. See what happens. This is from yesterday. I'm just going to delete that for now. Later, Kowalski. Hope you feel better, man. Get some rest. It's bold of you to trade while you were sick. That's like a big no-no for me. Like, I'm not mentally fully there. I don't trade at all, man. But I'm glad you made money. And I'm glad you're getting out of here now instead of trying to stick with it. $575. I mean, we should expect the offer here, Sauce, right? Where we have circled. Right, at 465. That's POC of previous candle. Like, that's where sell side should be sitting, and it looks like they are. But we should expect rotations between these 2 points. Do you see on my my pathing that we have here? I'm just kind of expecting balance right now between 457 and 465. And then we'll make it a decision after this. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 575. I'm not trading NQ right now. I would just expect that 570, yeah, just kind of like we're just looking at this
Canada's PM
LVN.
Carney unveils a relief package for tariff hit sectors, sectors that is, announcing new reskilling package for up to 50,000 workers.
I think if offer steps below 530, we get another leg. Let me see though. If we can find something here. Looks like bid is like pretty clearly there. Yeah, it's like 25 to 30. If we can step below an offer, I think sell side then wins. But we're gonna need to see gonna need to be pretty clear. There's someone absorbing here. This should just go down to 48s here on ES. This is target. We push. Just for the VPOC. So that was our move there. We had passed off of the failure at POC. Watching our offer here at 25.30. This can hold, should get one more leg down. Watching to see if sell side can hold here on retest and then pop down. Keep an eye on it. A little lackluster as of yet. Bid trying to step up here over 40. I'm not convinced either way. We need to see this bid to get trapped and then step back below 30s for an offer. What needs to happen here is that this bid is now going to either like very clearly defend this 25-30, or this guy will be trapped offsides above, and then we look for a very clear sweep through, and then that should lead to a significant leg down. So watch this as our pivot here. Two minutes until new 15s. This area might just need to digest for the next 2 minutes. Remember, keep in mind, like we have no right set of V as of yet. We're just watching to see how this participant is interacting here. Very clear that we need to flip this edge for downside. Like look at our distribution, right? We know that we need to get above this pivot for any upside, or we'll just balance in between these two areas. You can see that this is where it's building out. This 25 to 40 is our low, POC to value low. And we can see that POC to value low here is just above, right? So we're just rotating this area while we wait for the new 15s. We know that sellers need to step below that and then offer that for down. That is pretty clear to me. $50 seconds till new 15s. Again, just interacting between this value here that we're building out and this value here that we're building out. So if you are in a long here off of the hold of 25-30, this is your first risk off into this. Now you wait. This is just balance while we wait for new 15s to figure out what they want to do. If we can build above 590, then we have potential for a secondary leg up where this then goes supportive, and then we watch to see this hold. Then this becomes our risk. If we step over this and then we fail to hold, and then we start to show a lower offer below 72s, then we can then play off of this for a balance play back down to this edge. But we'll just be watching this area above is our risk here from 70 to 90. It's the same with what we just played down here at this 520.
So EU fines Google almost 3 billion euros over ad tech dominance. So again, EU fines Google over 3 billion euros over ad tech dominance.
So here's our look above. We can see that the bid is trying to step in. We now need to see if they can hold this or if the offer flips back below 70 for the rotation through. We're either going to trap here or this will be the start of our upside.
So Google gets a 60-day deadline to tell the EU how it will comply, as the EU orders Google to end ad tech conflicts of interest or be fined over almost 3 billion euros.
It's the same thing on ES on NQ. We're just watching to see if these pivots can hold on flip. We already have targets set up. Just need to see if these hold or if we trap up here. If we trap, right, then we play around 570 on the offer, on the failure to look above and hold. And same thing on ES here, back below 464. It's the same idea for this then.
Canada's
holds.
PM Carney says latest jobs data means decisive action to help refocus Canadian economy is crucial. We have popped out an article on the Financial Newsfeed from Financial Times, just giving more detail about the EU hitting Google with 2.95 billion euro antitrust fine despite trade tensions with the US.
Watching to see if bid is able to pop us back above or if offer is able to hold here now and the look below on NQ. ES and RTY still holding where they need to, so it's kind of dependent here to see if we trap on both sides here on NQ. We can step back over 87. I'm pretty comfortable in this for a long. If this fails here though, and we continue to put in lower highs and 70s go actually offer and we can stay, then it becomes a very good sell. We're just watching the flagging. It's the same thing on NQ here, or yes here, and Russell here, watching. Like we really would need to see this offer stick below this 60 to 70 on NQ for anything real. Just this little look below isn't incredibly important as of yet. We didn't actually see sell side's willingness to hold that yet, but if we can't get back over this 90, then that has some meaning, right? This is POC up here on our current candle. Let's see what they do. If it starts to step back up and we can show interest over this like 87.90, then it just feels like upside's in control. Same thing on ES, held where we need to, pivot wise. See if this secondary buyer can step in here at 90. We really need them to show. Or we're just gonna do another failed another rotation. And I don't know if we continue to fail here, if we're gonna have enough momentum left to try to actually do this right side of V. Feels like it's kind of like a now or never thing, or like trend will just kind of persist and then we'll keep going down. Hmm. 20 should be your first risk off, but I think we go to 40. All right, I took off 2 here into 10 just to start to scale out, but I'll take off 1 more into 620 and then leave runners to see what happens into 640. This is our value edge here on NQ. ES is back into value, which I find interesting because if we can now hold this, we have potential to continue rotations up. And I like this hold with Russell also finding a low. The first like real interest to me off of our PVZ here. So if Russell can start to lead up, and NQ can get back into value, like that'll be huge for us. Especially with us holding where we need to off of this POC hold on ES specifically, right? This is big. So now if we can now hold here, that's huge for potential upside. Why is this line showing here but not? Oh, it is. Okay. So 20 is where we saw our first area of, this is where we should expect some absorption to be, right? This is where they took in and then they looked above and failed, right? So this is an important area as we retest into this. This is why it becomes our PT, this 20 to 40, because this is where we saw on this look here, where price looked above, we then trapped, and then we offered, and then rotated through with this as our catalyst. So when we come up to this area again, what's important is how do we interact, right? And that makes sense that there's seller here. What we need to see is a very clear flip above this for more upside, or we should expect that our offer is sitting there, which is why we want to be doing our first risk off into it.
US overnight SOFR rate for September 4th of 4.41% was the highest since July 1st as pressure builds ahead of quarter end.
All right, risking off a little bit more here. This is ES target off of our hold and flip of our POC from our sell side candle, stepping up and now rotating into our top of range. For bids to have a secondary leg, we need to show interest over 484 on ES. And then again, this is our target here on NQ into 640, 660. So we'll watch our pivot here and see if we can flip it or if this holds. This is where we've shorted twice, right? So this is target. If we can flip and hold above, then we can look up. If this fails, I expect a rotation back to our value edge from here, personally. So what I'm looking for now is either can we flip over this 660 right now, right? Or I expect this to be our offer and then rotate back down to this node at our value edge. And then we look for a bid here and then we do this secondary move up. This is kind of what I'm anticipating. It's the secondary move. But we'll see. There's you know, like if they just want to sweep us through and bid over 660, amazing, right? Then we'll just go back up to 690 and that's fine. But got to see it to believe it first. All right, and there's our sell, just like we anticipated. Now let's watch to see what happens into our value edge. Right, this is just a structural fill off of our profile. So we're just watching to see how we fill this LVN. If we can get this higher low and show of interest back inside value now on retest. And again, like for ES, it's the same thing. We need to see a flip of this, or we expect our seller to be here. Why do we care about this area? Well, it's previous day POC is our resistance, right? So we just did our full rotation down into target, right? Into previous day value low, failed to show interest below our value low, right? Bid back above it, so higher low here on recovery of our previous day value low, right? Our look below, bid back through, and now we're holding, and now we're doing the rotation up to previous day POC, right? We're back inside yesterday's value off of a failure at the lows. So, that should be target until we can flip it. That just makes sense. If we can start to hold it as supportive, then we can look up, right? We'll be looking for previous day value high. If POC goes supportive, right? Previous day POC goes supportive, we should expect a rotation to previous day value high. Just makes sense. But if it holds as resistance, then we're just rotating in between. So again, we're following this pathing here. We're watching to see what our interaction here is into our value edge on the daily. This would be a pretty bullish response here at like 600, 610, 615, whatever you want to call it. Just watch this to see if there's a secondary buyer who steps in here. Or if we need to rotate fully down back to POC of this candle. This would be basically like the most bullish we get if we could find a bid here. If this fails, then it's just going to full rotation of this range again. See what they do. Need to get back over 620 for really anything. Or we'll offer there and then rotate down through. Back to original entry. This is a great first risk off, but you should be able to stay in these. like, how do you, like, again, like, I'm not like doing anything crazy. Like, this is just structural retest levels, like into target, into our value edge. This is now a really great scalp trade. If we can break above and hold, amazing, right? You get continuation. But like already, this is a great trade. 20 points. So this is the first leg. We already know that this is offer, right? So we need to see a step above and then show interest over these highs for continuation for this move here. Or we're just going to balance here short term while we wait. Man, it's so nice to have large rotations. I missed it. Tom just said, giveaway will be happening soon. So be ready for that, I guess. I did not mean to move that. I've fully closed my position from 560, 570, and I'm only in a runner now from 615. Just for clarity's sake. This is ES testing into previous day POC, and where we need to flip or anything more. This is our 484. Pretty important. Note that we bid and held off of our 475, which is POC of previous candle, as well as our daily POC on the shift off the developing, right? So this is a super important area that we need to flip above if we're going to get any more. This is a great first target if you are playing off of the 605, 615 area that we talked about for the bounce, right? Our value edge. If we can flip this and show interest over 60s, should be able to trade up to 90. That's my guess. But you should just be in runners, right? Now it's just watching to see if we can continue to hold this. Understand that this is a potential right side of V trade that we're playing in, right? We understood the low. We talked about this, the shift above this POC for the flip. Does everyone understand that? Do we see the flip? Do we see how this would have stayed offer if we were going to continue downwards? We have a POC at our low. We have a flip above POC from the previous candle. That is now supportive. We we open above it. We're now holding our value high of that candle. Do you see how we're like very clearly right side of E trade now? where we're like structurally holding to the upside. It's no longer a trend down market. Do you guys see that or no? Do we see the flip? Yep, okay. It's really important. Again, it's like understanding when you have a long setup and when you have a short setup is like that's it. Yes. Definitely. I don't know if we're going to do the full rotation through again, or if Russell VWAP stops us here. I'm really unsure. This could easily top out here and trap. We'll have to see. Very curious to see what happens into this. I'd like to see this bid happen, but
Canada's PM Carney says it's too early to come to conclusions on whether Canada will lift its 100% tariffs on Chinese-made EVs.
a big old
According to the Wall
here.
Street Journal, Treasury Secretary Besson says that the Fed must recommit to maintaining the confidence of the American people. Further from the Wall Street Journal piece, Besant says there must be an honest and independent, non-partisan review of the entire institution, including monetary policy, regulation, communication, staffing, and research.
This is if you're playing off of our 40 hold, right, off of pathing, great risk off here into 60. If we can flip 60, we keep going up to 90 would be my guess. No change in our pathing. But really good hold from our pivot here at our daily value low, right? Just like we thought from our 40 target. We played to the upside, then looked for this pullback to our value edge, got a really nice retest of our value. Now we're rotating and trying to push above our pivot. This seller could easily still be here. I'd like to see this look above and then hold over 60s. If we can do that, should be able to rotate. And then it's just a reversion back up to this 90 to 700, right? This is VWAP on the 15. So we will be watching that for the reversion. This entire area to me is target of like where we should be expecting sell side to kind of like load the boat again. And where we're going to need to be able to flip or any interest over for like a real shift of our trend on the daily. So 15-minute VWAP is here at 720, and then our 15-second VWAP here for just RTH is at 700.
Disregard
so
this
700
piece from the Wall Street Journal. It was 7 hours
if we are
old.
able to flip this.
It's being rehashed here on the different news wires.
For ES,
We'll
it's
pop out the
what
article
we already
for
talked
you.
about. Just to move back up to 496 off of the flip here. If we can hold 484, should be able to see a rotation up this upper node at 92 to 96. But right now, all I'm watching for is like a VWAP rotation.
So it is new. It just popped out on Wall Street Journal in their commentary section. Besant did say that when the Trump administration shifted toward tax cuts and deregulation, the Fed's forecasts were too pessimistic. We have posted out the opinion piece from Besant from the Besant talking to the Wall
Is
Street
it
Journal
really only
on the
11:44?
financial news
Holy
feed
crap.
333. Besant in the piece says the Fed must change course. Besant in the piece says that the Fed toolkit is too complex to manage.
I don't really think there's much here. Just a failure here to shift above. Just watching our pivots here again on retest. Watching 475s on ES and our 615s here on NQ. Regardless, we should see a retest and then a reoffer, would be my guess. So if this is going to fail, we'd expect that failure to be here at 640 again, where we took our original short, and then a push down. If this can hold, we should expect a rotation back over 660 and then bid. This is just a Besant comment. Like, there's not much we can do about this. We just have to watch structurally what we're doing. I'm still in my runner from 615. Just one contract left. Again, this is Russell VWAP where we were worried that sell side could step in. We need to just see if we're going to
Canada's
down here.
Pimikani says aluminium industry can access existing funds designed to aid companies.
Someone's getting trapped. It's either going to be
Besant
those
says
buyers
that
above of
Fed
660
forecasts relied
or
on
these
flawed
sellers
models.
here at 620. Same thing on ES, right? It's very similar. This look above could easily become a look above and fail. And with where we put in our lower offer, this fails to push above and hold. It was very similar to yesterday as well. This is why we already have it labeled as potential sell side absorption. Because this is where they did the exact same thing yesterday.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour, expected to hear from Trump, or well, Trump is signing executive orders. So earlier on, according to CBS News, they said that Trump is expected to issue an executive order as early as Friday, establishing a designation for state sponsors of wrongful detention.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Woohoo.
How's everyone trading today?
Oh, well.
Yeah. If you guys want to help out the video, throw a like up and we'll get some accounts given away. Friday, let's give a good account away today.
Besson says the Fed must scale back distortions it causes in the economy.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. Sounded quiet. We'll give it here a second.
Besson, in his op-ed, says that regulatory specialization should be restored.
We're going to give away a 50K growth account today. That's no activation fees. End of day trail. Really nice account to win today. Let me know you're ready in the YouTube chat. Get your keyboards out. Looks like you got a pretty good chance to win today. 1 in 40. Gotta get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
Besson adds that unconventional policy should be coordinated with the government.
I need the British guy to put it on mute for a little bit. All right, guys. Question of the day. In what year, and I need the month, what month and year was TFC founded? Type it in the YouTube chat. Do you know?
Rough. Nope.
I was like, I don't even know if you know this one. People are really close, to be honest with you.
So it could be like a couple different dates depending on if it's like the Discord founding or if it's.
I'm going by the LLC founding.
Okay.
When did I form the LLC? Technically, the first Discord plan was February 21, so that should give you a hint. So it was before that. We started the newsletter the same month that we started the LLC, so it was when the first newsletter went out. Alejandro's like, I'm just going to work backwards.
Or man.
He did win, actually. It was one of those that he posted. It's just, is that allowed? He's just like, I'm just going to guess as fast as possible.
Up to you to decide.
Oh, I didn't say it wasn't allowed, so by the rule of always ask forgiveness, don't ask permission, I'll give it to Alejandro. It was August
Simon's going to
2020.
expected,
08/20.
or Trump is expected to sign executive orders. There isn't a
Wait.
live feed at the
Jose
moment.
said it first.
We'll
Hold on, I
try and
missed
find
it.
it,
I
and
think Jose
once
said
we
it
do,
first.
we'll pop that on the feed for you.
Let me just double check here. I think Jose said it first. I missed him.
Smooth operator. You're a little behind, bud.
Sorry,
So
Alejandro.
reminded this
I
before Trump
debated
had
you.
the ambassador ceremony. The executive order signing will be done at 2 p.m.
Yeah, Alejandro's spam covered up Jose's guess. All right, Jose, reach out to me on Discord, and I'll get you a coupon code and a link, and you'll get a free 50K growth account.
Huge.
Oh, you're Maldito? Oh, of course you are, Maldito. Kill me in fantasy and win him, take my money.
So guys, again, we're just watching this 40 to 60 to see if we can flip it. It's just balance right here on our value low. If offer is serious, they'll hold this. If where a bid is going to step it up, we'll just watch this 60s to flip. I mean, there's really not much else to say here. We're just watching POCs shift. We can see that the daily POC on NQ is shifting down to 40. Our value low is here down at this 615, which is our entry. I am still in this one runner. I am just waiting. I am more than happy to get stopped out of this. I don't care. This either works or it doesn't. Hey, well, I mean, it's basically what I said. It's just, it doesn't make sense to buy right now with the rate so high. It's cheaper to rent and then allocate the excess capital that would be going into a mortgage into something that has the ability to run to appreciate more, right? Like stocks. And then you just wait for mortgages to go down again in price, right? Rates are just way too high. It makes more sense to put your money into something that can actually you have to think about like you'd be in like a 20 or 30 year mortgage, so you're not actually getting any value out of that until much later, because like the first few years you're paying interest. Like there's not actually any equity, so it makes more sense to rent right now, put that money into the market, let that money work for you immediately, and then when markets go down, rates go down, then you can buy a house and then play it like that.
Once again, congrats to Maldito. Just a reminder, we're going to be doing this every live stream, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for the entire month. If you guys want to help us out, watch the live streams. If you're going to go get a prop account, use Tradeify. All of that helps us. If we do good, we can do this every month forever. Every little bit helps. So congrats to Maldito. Good luck on Monday when we do the next giveaway, and I hope you guys have a great weekend.
Later, Sam. What kind of stocks am I looking at? I haven't added to my stock portfolio in a very long time. Still holding our 15s, no change. If that fails, we'll rotate back down to 570, 580. Until then, like, this is just our value low edge. Not looking for anything crazy. Just watching to see if we can get back over 660 for upside. Or if we're going to continue to just make lower highs. I have no, like, we just need to see this flip. I mean, it's that simple. As we get closer to noon, right, midday, things are going to start to slow down. But all we're doing is a reversion to a view up. That's my guess. This seems like just kind of like a nice little distribution that we'll make out here. And then we'll probably have one more leg up would be my assumption. Back to view up. And then we'll decide for the rest of the day what we want to do. That's my guess right now. I mean, this could easily turn into a sell. And then a rotation back down. But we don't see enough yet to make me believe. I guess there's a seller that's positioning, but I mean, right now it's kind of lackluster across the board. This just makes sense for a reversion, and we'll watch to see how the bid reacts. I will be right back. Monarch? What was that? Oh, Monarch buddy. Never even heard of this. All right, let's see what happens here into 15s. Offer sitting at 20. Just watching to see if this is now resistance or not, following pathing, or if we can flip back above. I don't understand the obsession with Intel. Like the people who are obsessed with it, I don't get it. Don't get it. Next to Nvidia. Yeah, something to always remind yourself, Alejandro, is on days where tight stops are fine on balance days, but on trend days you need to have wider stops. So when volatility steps in the market, you want to be trading less size but wider stops. And when we're on tight balance days, you want to be trading more size but tighter stops, right? Well, as volatility increases, you need to increase your size of your stop, but lower the amount of leverage that you're actually trading. That's great. Yeah, it helps a ton. And not only does it it helps in like two different ways specifically. Right? Like the first way is immediately is okay, I mean, well, I guess there it helps in lots of ways, but the two ways that you can like almost immediately take away benefits from it are, you know, A, just reviewing your trades is a great thing to do after each day because you like probably don't even recall all of the trades that you were taking. So getting an idea of like, first of all, understanding, wow, I'm taking a lot of trades on the day and I'm getting stopped out at these points that really don't make sense when I look back at it. Like, did anything actually invalidate? Right. So like that's the first thing for me is always being like, oh wait, like nothing structurally invalidated. I just emotionally stopped out. So that was like the big thing, big takeaway for me when I first started to do it. Be like, oh, okay, well, like now let's create a rule set where it's like if nothing actually invalidates, I should stay in this trade because I've now seen after reviewing multiple days that as long as structure is maintaining, I usually make money. And the days where I stop out emotionally and I don't let the structure play for itself are the days where I have to then FOMO back into a trade because I took an emotional stop at the low, but nothing invalidated, and now I have to take a secondary move because I've stopped out, right? So like that was like one of the big first changes for me. When I started to journal, it's like, oh, okay, like these are the things that I'm personally messing up, and here's some easy corrections I can do, and remind myself on a daily basis of like quick adjustments, right? Because you don't even need to win more. You just need to be able to lose less, right? Because if you get your losses down, all of a sudden you're much more profitable, even without increasing your overall strategy. So getting rid of just like stupid stuff that you're doing on a daily basis is just going to immediately make you much closer to profitable. Because there's so many stupid things that we do on a daily basis when we're just like pressing buttons and, you know, mindlessly trading. So if we can eliminate a lot of like the stupid stop outs, the bad trades that we're taking that make no sense, and be able to then review those, as soon as we can get that kind of stuff out of the way, all of a sudden we're left with, real stop outs within our risk and our trade, our good setup trades. So even with like a lower win rate, our profits are up, which is great. And then the second thing is just like, am I even trading anything with edge, right? Like that was like the second thing that I really started to look at. And we have a full class structure on like, am I a discretionary trader or a mechanical trader? And what does that mean? I highly recommend that you go through those videos because I think it's important to get an understanding of what kind of trade types you take. Are you taking discretionary trades or are you taking mechanical trades? And what's the percentage of either that you're taking? Because most people think that they're mechanical traders, but then after looking at their trades, notice that they're taking about 70% discretional. And it needs to flip in the beginning for sure, where you're trading mostly mechanical and waiting for your setup to be to play, and sitting on hands for the rest of the day. Like you're looking for very specific criteria before you enter a trade. Once you get more familiar and you know you can trust your risk profile, you can start to be a bit more discretionary, right? Taking things that are kind of setting up as the day goes on. But like for the most part, you should be trading off of like previous day structure. You should be trading off of our value areas or our IB, right? Like any of your criteria that you've already made for yourself in your setups, like that has to be what you're taking for most of your trades, right? It has to be very clear risk to reward. It has to have very clear variables of why you're taking it. Like the setup has to meet the full checklist before you take a trade for it to be a mechanical trade, or you're trading mostly on discretional lower time frame price action, which again, can work once you have an understanding of what your risk to reward is and you actually are stopping out of things and you're trading to targets and you're taking profit, right? Like that stuff works, but you have to build up to that point because it's very easy to nuke your account if you don't actually stop out of things and you're not actually allowing things to play. So you want to be sitting on hands as a newer trader, for the most part, because you need to let the process play, right? So you need to trust your setups and make sure that you're taking, a graded setup, if you will, like an A+. So you write it down, something that you can actually work with, and then that becomes like the only thing that you're looking for on the day. And then as you review more days, now you have like A setups, you have B setups, you have setups for specific day types where we're trending, you have setups, you have balance setups. And then when you go and do your playbooking and your journaling, you can then reference those and have multiple screenshots of them and be like, this is what I was attempting. This is why I was attempting it, right? And that becomes really insightful for building out your visual library, which is incredibly important, right? Because you need to have first a physical library of all of your trades, ideas of what you're doing. And then the more you practice and you look at them and you review those setups, the faster you're going to be able to see them in real time and you'll have that visual library in your brain, right? Because at first it's a physical library, right? You have to have it on your computer. You have to have it in images because you don't have enough of enough pattern recognition yet to be able to see it in real time. You can only see it after the fact. But the more you review, the faster you're going to be able to see these things, and the faster you're going to be able to pick up on the hints that something might actually be happening. And once you do that, you're good. So no change here, just rotation back up to 560. Watching to see if 540 offer holds or if we can flip it. Just a rotation between our two pivots. We are still holding above POC, which is important. I'm totally fine still being in this. Watching to see if this can flip 60s for rotation up to 700 or if this is going to continue to fail. Again, we need to see ES start to really show interest over previous day POC if we want to trade up to previous day value high. Or this is going to continue to just rotate in the slower range. Yeah, and again, like 15 points is not a lot. And if it is a lot to you right now, that means that you're trading too large of a size, right? But like 15 points is not a lot on NQ. Like that, a lot of the times is just like noise. You have to remember that. On volatile days, like 15 points is noise. So like if that is too much risk for you and you're not willing to lose 15 points on a trade, that probably means that you're over leveraging in your position to begin with, and that you might need to just reevaluate your sizing structure, right? Because if you're unwilling to risk 15 points for a potential upside of 50 points or 70 points or whatever your actual risk to reward is, like you might just be trading too much size. You need to be able to set yourself up where you can lose multiple times in a row and you don't even have a chance of blowing up your account. If you're trading too large a size and you can't take 2 trades that stop you out for 15 points and you blow up, right? Like you're setting yourself up for failure because you're basically telling yourself that you have to be right every fucking trade or you lose, which is unrealistic. And you're setting yourself up for failure, right? So let's be more realistic and trade less size so that I can be wrong more often, right? We don't want to be wrong, but we have to account for it. Because the worst thing you can do is set yourself up where you don't have an account tomorrow, right? Sometimes you're going to have bad days. And if you're not accounting for having potentially bad days, bad trades, bad weeks, and you're only trading with basically, like you're almost playing like Russian roulette, with your account. Where every trade, there's potentially that bullet in the gun, and you're putting it right to your head, and you're like, this is either going to make my account money or I'm going to blow up with every account, with every trade. Like that shouldn't be the case. Right? So like that's your first thing that you really need to work on, is like having a better understanding of how to compound. Because everyone wants to be a billionaire, right? Everyone wants to be a millionaire right away. Everyone wants to make huge money, but it's not realistic. And the screenshots that you see from people on Twitter who are making, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars on a daily basis, like that cannot be your goal. Your goal right now is to just build up security so that you can then trade tomorrow if you fuck up today. Right? We want to be compounding gains, and we want to be taking trades that have solid risk to reward. So again, like if you're trading and 15 points is too much for you, like just go back down to micros. You can compound with micros super easily. Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. But like you need to remember, like there are traders in our Discord who take 1-to-1 trades and they're perfectly fine, right? Like you don't need to have like a 2 or 3-to-1 risk to reward to be profitable. What you need to do though is have hard stops and be able to and be willing to take profit at these edges, right? Like you could be a 10-point trader and make money on NQ and take payouts. Like that's a thing that we have in our Discord. People who just like actually take profit at their price target. The problem is when you have 15-point stops and you're taking 8 points of profit, you have to have a higher win rate than 50% to be profitable there. Right? Like your win rate probably has to be closer to 60% for that to be a profitable system, because your risk is higher than your reward. Right? So, but if you were able to increase that to 2-to-1, right, you don't need to be a 50% win rate trader. You can have a lower win rate and still be profitable because your risk to reward accounts for it. So you need to just like build out, you need to do the math, right? Like that's the first thing you need to do, is understand like how much I can risk on each trade and what that looks like. That's the first thing you always do, is like what actually, how many trades could I fail in a row without blowing up? And what should I be looking for per day, right? Like by how much do I need to make this idea make sense? Right? Like, because that's what's going to form your entire structure of like what you should be taking and what you should be risking. Like, if you don't know how many points you can lose before your account is auto
According to a
liquidated,
filing, Trump
that's an
administration
issue.
plans rules to target imports of Chinese drones and heavy-duty vehicles.
Okay, let me see if I still have this calculator. This will help potentially. Google Docs. Here, try this out. Putting it in chat. Here's a risk incising calculator. Sorry, I'm not really saying anything else. There's not much to say. It's just balance. We know what we're waiting for. Just our look above 60s and holds, or it's going to continue to fail. Yeah, man, of course. Listen, I'm more than happy to help because you're here every time I go live, right? You're willing to work on things, you ask questions. That's someone I want to help compared to someone who's just like, what's the trade? Right? Like you're trying to improve. Not really, Vark. I mean, it's the same short as before, 40 to 60. Needs to flip for a bid to actually have any merit. But there's a buyer trying down here. It's just balance. midday. Right, like this is just putting a fixed range on it. You can see very clear buyer attempting here at our edge. This will need to flip offer and actually hold if we're going to go lower, or we just expect the bid to be here and then we rotate back up to 40.
Good morning, everybody.
Yo,
A nice little trend day you had in the morning, huh?
yeah,
Time to ruin it for the afternoon.
yep.
Been really good at that lately.
Yeah, that's what I told them as well. It's like, even if we do have one more leg up, it's most likely just like a reversion to VWAP, if anything. We'll have to see, but
Yeah.
this makes sense where we're holding right now.
$1 trillion pay package. Holy.
Gotta feel so bad being on the Tesla board. Where like you need Elon because that's the only reason your company's valued at what it's at. But also like kind of like a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it's not the well, you probably got on with the Elon of 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And you're like, ah, this is okay.
Yeah.
And then now it's like, do you even want to run this company?
Is Jeff gonna? Oh, yeah. Let me fix our structure based off what I've been talking about. Just not much to really fix, but this is what we're watching right now. This is just balance between this POC here and the value high edge of this upside candle. Right? This is just our value low edge, and this is our value high of this upside push, right? So as long as we're just building here, I'm not too worried about it. When we flip below, that's when we have to worry. Right now, it just looks like balance to me. And we know that we have dollar is into this 60. So let me post that.
Scotiabank sees the Bank of Canada cutting in September and October.
Just a 40 to 60, like we've been talking about. We're just waiting for a direction to be decided between these two pivots.
So Scotiabank changing their Bank of Canada rate forecast after the weak jobs report. Reminder with the Canadian employment change, it came in at minus 65.5k compared to the forecast of 5k and compared to the prior of minus 40.8k.
ES is pretty thin here up until our 88 edge, 86.
So just seeing here across some of the wires here, just on X, that Trump is reportedly considering blocking US tech companies from outsourcing jobs to India.
They did not miss much on their balance rotation. A change.
Yep.
At 1 p.m. Eastern time, we have the Baker Hughes oil rig count prior 412, total rig count prior 536.
I mean, there's nothing really to say here. If you're playing balance, this is your first risk off as we push into 640. If you're playing off of 605 to 586, right, just our zone to zone, we need to show interest over 660 for any upside, or we expect another rotation. I don't know if I can be more clear that we just are rotating in this D. Right. You just see a very clear pop, and then we can go up into 590, 700, or a flip below, and then offer for downside. Until then, just balance. Midday balance. It is what it is.
Should not be a surprise for people after the trend this morning.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data. Total rig count 537. 537.
Watching our 40 here, seeing if it'll hold or if we flip back below for the rotation down. Something to note is Russell is looking over VWAP for the first time. So we potentially have that on our side for one leg up here. Keep that in mind. Let's see if we can get the pop and hold. Like to see Russell follow through over 89. That's going to actually play. If not, right, like it's just
Oil
going to be
rig
the
counts
same as before.
414. 414.
Oh my god. Am I using this? Russell retesting VWAP here. ES still rejecting our 84 edge. And Q still no interest over 60s. Offer trying to lower here at 40 for the rotation down, just like we talked about. See if we can do it. Already points from 40. The mid are 20 here. Always be your first risk up, and then you're looking to see if we get the full rotation through, or if we are able to hold here and then pop over 60s. Unsure. Just range. See if buyers can step in at a higher price. Or we're going to do the full rotation. All right, and our 40 offer is now giving us our move back down to our 605. This is your first risk off if you're playing balance. We're waiting to see if there is going to be any shift or if we remain within our zone to zone. Need to see a very clear look below and hold. Anything more. Any questions, or do we understand what to do in these situations? We understand the. Did we remember how to play balance, or did everyone forget it after having 2 hours of trend? Right, we're looking for looks into our zone and then a higher low. Play this. Just like for the short, we're looking for looks into our area and then a lower high, and then play the rotation down for balance, right?
All it takes is one morning. Everyone's only trend traders. Easy.
How it feels sometimes.
3.5 minutes here till noon 15s. It's rotation, believe it or not. Ooh, some nice looking peaches, man.
This is a huge patch. Jesus. Alan kind of got. Kind of. I don't really know.
I'm surprised that I think he's pretty balanced, honestly.
It's like a weird change that they.
It's just weird because like all the NA guys think he's garbage, and all the EU guys think he's like super OP. It's one of those situations. I don't know. I'm kind of glad this time we stopped when we did because the game seems to be not in a good spot right now after those last two came in. I bet they're doing all of this like small bullet growth stuff because they're gonna smack down abilities. So they're trying to see if how people think it feels.
Shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
Again, trying to open at R40 on new 15. POC is sitting there from previous 15-minute candle. Russell retesting our VWAP as resistance. Need to show interest over this 89 for anything real. ES and NQ both opening above POC of previous candles. So until proven otherwise, that is supportive, and we should be looking for a potential pop above 60s and hold for a break out of this range. If we fail to push, we already understand what's going to happen. It's the same rotation for the 30th time. Right? It's the look back below 40s, the offer flipping, and then the rotation through. So just keep an eye on that. Again, we have this POC that we are playing around right now. We're watching to see if the hold is supportive on both ES and NQ.
15 counterparties take $20.977 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
They now sell Legos at games.
Oh yeah.
Their announcement.
We love the Legos.
Oh, that's rough. Redfin, U.S. housing market sees record imbalance. Sellers outnumber buyers by over 500,000. Largest gap ever recorded.
Holy.
$500K, yeah. The manufacturing sector has lost $42,000, 42,000 jobs since April 2025, Liberation Day. Interesting. What is this spreadsheet for? You can plug in your risk, so like your account size, what you trade, and all of that, and it'll tell you how quickly you'll blow up with the, or how fast you'll be able to compound. I mean, it's just a risk calculator. That's all it is. Just to figure out like what you should actually be sizing, and like how quick with your current sizing and risk you are to blowing up on like one or two bad trades. I think a lot of people are just we were talking about this earlier, but a lot of people have really unrealistic expectations and put basically impossible standards on themselves on a daily basis where um, you are setting yourself up where you can never lose, which is like a terrible position to be in. Where you have to basically be profitable on every trade with the amount of risk and like leverage that you're using. And if you have one bad day, you blow up, right? Because you're over leveraged. And so using a calculator like that or doing the math yourself, right? And figuring out like what my risk actually should be and how many points can I take, right? Like how many bad trades in a row can I have before my account blows up? What's a realistic goal for me to make on a daily basis where I can compound this into something that actually, I'm happy with, but I don't blow up after having one bad day. It's all about setting yourself up for the next day, right? Having the ability to continue on. And so like I was talking about, if you can't take a 15-point stop, you're probably over leveraged, especially on NQ, right? Like on a day like today where we're trading in 70-point ranges, rotations, like 15 points is nothing. It's just the noise. So you should be sizing down leverage wise, but having a wider stop on high volatile days. And then when we're in balance structure, you should have a tighter stop and be trading more size. So it's just like understanding your environment and understanding what your risk should be, and then trading around that and building off of that. Right? Like you should be trading more size when we're trapped in a balance like this because you have a very clear risk to reward. But when we're in a trending market and we have pullbacks, you want to be having a wider stop with less size because we are trading outside of a range, right? It's much more volatile. But when you have a set structure, you can play around that with larger size and very tight stops because we have very clear invalidations.
Some of the 86 liquidity left on ES, but 88 still has some resting. Very thin up here still.
Yeah, 0 interest over previous day POC on ES. VWAP on Russell and R60 on NQ. I was so strict with trading only micros, and after having 2 successful weeks, I got greedy and started trading one mini, blew up a funded account. I was literally eligible for withdrawal before switching to mini. I withdraw and blew up the account as well. That's gotta feel terrible. Question is did you learn your lesson? Is there any reason why you went to one mini instead of 10 micros? This guy up at 55 is a bit offsides. Testing our 40 edge now here on NQ. Yes, at our 80. This bid's got to be like pretty clear, and then we've got to be able to pop back over this 50-55 for we expect a lower high here.
BMO expect the Bank of Canada to cut rates in September.
Probably make this a sticker. This is so good.
I need to put that on my wall in my house. Get it on a coffee cup. We should do like desk pads.
Um, 2 months ago, in no particular reason, just wanted to have enough drawdowns. Yeah, no, I mean, I get it, but remember, like 10 micros is the same as 1 mini, but what 10 micros gives you is the opportunity to risk off and to risk on, right? You can build out that position, or you can take profits as we're going up and then leave a runner. So I think like a good way to build, slow, like still have similar leverage, but it gives you the opportunity to de-risk your position, right? Like take profits at PT1, PT2, whereas like 1 mini, you have to stay in that position to either red or to full target. So a lot of the times with 1 mini, you take profit early and you let trades bleed more because you don't have the ability to scale, right? So you're gonna let trades go to full risk off, or sorry, to full stop on a 1 mini, but you're only gonna take profit at first PT most of the time because you're scared to be in that position. Do you get what I'm saying? So you're gonna always let that trade like almost always fully stop you out, but because you're almost always getting fully stopped out on 1 mini, you're more itchy to take profit early. So your risk to reward is incredibly skewed. So it's better to trade micros where you can scale out and maintain your risk while still being able to have a runner on. So it's like it's a huge like mentality shift. Like that's one of the biggest problems is like it looks good on paper trading 1 mini, but like trading micros is always going to be better for you because you're a human being with real emotions, right? And like unless you're being incredibly robotic with your trading, which you probably aren't, right? Let's be honest. It's better to trade those 10 micros than that 1 mini. Like you're not just setting a limit on either side and letting it play and not looking. Yeah. But I get it. I mean, it's hard, man. But you don't want to get into a position where you're too scared to try again, right? Like you were doing the right thing before. And I get like not wanting to buy another account until you fix your mistake. But like you were doing the right thing, right? Like you shouldn't overly punish yourself and not try to and be too scared to take risks again. Like you were clearly doing something right for 2 weeks, right? As long as you were able to acknowledge that you fucked up, right? And you're able to then fix that and have a safeguard in place to not fuck up in the future, right? To prevent the same thing from happening again, you should definitely attempt. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you wait too long and then you like are mentally too scared to try again. Right? Like fucking up is part of the process. Not attempting again is like only hurting yourself. Just make sure that you're like constantly reviewing and watching yourself and like preventing yourself from doing stupid stuff like that. You have to remind yourself, like, I see this a lot with people who pass evals very quickly, is like they're doing all of the right things and then they get onto a live account and then they get greedy as all hell and they forget everything that got them to that eval, to passing that eval. All of the patience, all of the compounding, it all goes out of the window and they try to then like full on gamba immediately. It's like, dude, like you just did the thing. You know how to make money. Why do you refuse to continue to do the thing that was making you money? Like you just have to be so, you have to like really be accountable to yourself, and it's really hard. But as long as you are, you know, being true to yourself and continuing to hold yourself to those standards, that's why journaling is so important, is it's a way to keep you accountable. Right? And a lot of people need to put in lots of systems in place for themselves, because unlike in other fields, this field relies on you being critical of yourself and holding yourself accountable. Whereas like if you're at another job, you'd have a boss, you'd have managers, you'd have people who are being like, hey, I noticed that you just lit the last 3 months of the work that you've been working on fire in a single day, and you blew up your account. Like, what's going on with that? Right? Like, you have no one to be accountable for you when you're trading. No one can be like, hey, hey, John, I see that you just deleted the project you've been working on for the last 3 weeks. You're fired.
You're fine.
Yeah, like, no,
True, though.
it said you blow up
True,
your
though.
account and then you pretend it didn't happen and you start over. Like,
The one thing that I want to add to that is I think this helped me a lot was just like understanding how much money you actually make in a year with just like making a little bit each day. Like even if people want to be like I'm making $2,000 a day, but if you make $200 a day, that's an extra 50K a year. There's like very few people out there who would be upset about an extra 50K a year.
yeah, you're making more than 90% of Americans.
Yeah. That's a like a new Corvette. Like if you just make $200 a day for a year, you can go buy a Corvette. Not really, but basically. If you think about it like that,
Just be realistic. I mean, if you're making $20 an hour and you work 40 hours a week, you're at like what, like 40 some K per year?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're already making more than most people at like you're making way more than minimum wage. You're making more than most people with a couple years of experience in like customer service industries, right? Like,
You have professional degrees.
yeah, like and that can easily, it's something that can be done pretty easily. Like it's achievable and without huge leverage and can be completely done with prop firms. Like it's not big size that we're talking about. It's just compounding. Be realistic. As soon as you get greedy, it's Jover. I will be right back. All right. How long have you guys been trading? I'm not sure about Mario. I've done lots of different kinds of trading, so it's a hard question to answer. I started with like long-term investing and then switched to options, switched to futures. Futures not very long.
Yeah, that's like I think I switched to futures in like 22 maybe. I was like 6 months ahead of pretty much everybody else.
Yeah.
I remember 21, 22. I went full time in 19. Started in like taking it decently seriously in like 16, 17. It's crazy when I say those numbers. I still feel like it's been a year. Then it's like 2015 was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I'm an old man. I can't believe how surf survives.
This is full rotation here, guys, off of our entry back into 640 and rotation down to 605. So this is where you should be taking profit for a failure to get over 60s, and then our reoffer, and then rotation through, balance, balance, balance. See if we can look below and hold, or if it remains the same. Russell leading down. Just keep that in mind. VWAP still resistance. No change. Yes, Grotto. I have one contract left here, boys. Watching to see if we get any continuation with these this buyer who's offsides at that 55 like we talked about. Offer step down at 40s, just rotating us. I think there's potential for the offer to actually carry us through, but we'll see. That's exactly what I was doing. I broke it down into $230 a day, thinking making money is way less labor intensive than being. Yes, exactly. Did you guys go through the funded route when you started? I did not. I think Mario did when he was first
I
learning.
didn't at the
Yeah.
beginning, but
Really?
then I did for a little bit,
Ah,
like halfway through,
okay.
but I switched back,
Yeah.
obviously, because
Is can you guys categorize your trading style to be 100% mechanical? No,
definitely not.
definitely not.
The only way I maybe this is kind of a far-fetched statement, but I actually believe this. Like the only way that you're going to be 100% mechanical is by not doing it and having a computer do it for you. And I think a lot of the magic of actually like the trading is gaining the intuition and having those like gut feelings of like this is a good time to like go hard or like this is when I need to chill. Um, I think that actually is very important to your overall success. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who can be very mechanical all the time and are very successful at it, but
I mean, yeah, like I don't know. I mean, it's if you have an understanding of you have to like order flow in like looking at the DOM and doing like a lot of this stuff is we're looking at like market generated information in the moment, right? So it's not
yeah,
all just like structural higher time frame stuff. And so when I see even we have like a full class, a couple classes on this, Mohammed, but even some mechanical trades are discretionary, if that makes
yes.
sense. So like that's why I would never say I'm 100% mechanical, is because like some of my order flow trades are mechanical setups, but they're discretionary trades. I don't know if I just confused you. I'm sorry if I did. We're watching to see if this holds a higher low here. This like 600,
There's Goolsby
605.
says job growth is definitely below the break-even rate.
If we fail here,
Keep in mind, Goolsby
build,
speaking on
really
Bloomberg
important.
TV. We'll get a live video out on the feed.
We're watching to see if this holds for the pushback up, or if these buyers here push us down, and then we offer below 86, and then this becomes our risk for the short. This is really important that we see the bid step up here and then rotate us higher. Held our lower zone, but need to see this bid hold a higher low. Very similar thing on ES. Looked into
Goolsby
our
says
low
hiring could be
Wanna see a bid
artificially
here.
lower due to immigration.
at 68. Yeah, great job, Grotto. Yeah, again, like you can make a lot of money with micros.
So we have posted the live video on the feed for those interested.
You're just allowing the rotation to play. Like it does not. People really underestimate what one micro can do.
And Goolsby says, I'm still undecided on the September rate decision. Goolsby says, if we were to start seeing layoffs, we'd be nervous. Says we have to look at inflation side of the Fed's
seeing
mandate too.
layoffs. What? These people are delusional. This is like they're absolutely delusional.
That's what, dude, I just need to go get a degree in economics and become one of these guys. All their talks are just every time crack me up. So they're like, we want
Goolsby says we want to
inflation
make sure
go
the services
down and the
inflation
economy to be
uptick is a
good.
blip.
And they're like, on what time frame? And they're like, we don't know, nor do we care. It's like, all right.
Like we just like U.S. companies announced 1,494 new jobs in August, the lowest for the month since 2009. Layoffs have surged to 39% to 85. We lost almost 86,000 jobs this month. And it's not just in like one sector. Like manufacturing, like I said, has gone down 40% since Liberation Day. Like it's all sectors this is happening. Like, to say that there isn't any sort of like decline right now or that layoffs aren't happening is bonkers. Yeah, and like Grotto, like you just said, like Oracle is laying off a ton of people.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be signing executive orders. We'll see if there's a live video on the feed, but the roll call does note this is a closed press event.
And a lot of the jobs this is what they're not mentioning. A lot of the jobs that are coming in are part-time work, not full-time.
So just seeing an amendment to Trump's roll call today, then the 2 p.m. event has actually been cancelled, and it notes that it's been merged with the 4 p.m. event. So at 4 p.m., Trump's due to be making an announcement and signing executive orders simultaneously. No event with Trump at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh wait, this doesn't have the image. Wait, what? Reason I had to post that separately.
Fed Goolsby says Fed independence is critical if we don't want inflation.
And like not only that, I mean, have you guys seen what the US dollar looks like? Like the market being at all-time highs means literally nothing. because the dollar's valuation has gone down 50%. Yeah, I know it's hard. But I mean, like, this information is public. People just don't care. That's why it's so frustrating.
Goolsby says, I still think we're likely in the full employment space.
You have to remember, like, the job market is only going to get worse. Like, AI has replaced so many jobs, and it's only going to get worse in customer service. Think about every McDonald's that's going to fire at least 2 workers because they have a self checkout and they have an automated person on the drive-through.
The Taco Bell
Yeah.
by me last year did went full AI for the drive-through. They took it out though.
Yeah, I mean, and they're gonna do it again though once it gets
Yes.
better.
Yes.
Once there's some safety protocols in the way.
It was actually really funny because I could order fine from it because I understand like how the LLM like the commands it needs, but like Abby could not because she would like say things out of order of like the obviously logical step and
Goolsby
stuff.
says that
for
getting
it.
shocks is
Actually
pushing the
funny.
US in a
There are people who are
stagflationary
raging
direction.
on it. There it is.
That's what I'm saying though. Like, all of those jobs are gone. Like, 5 years from now, probably not even 5 years. Like, they will all be automated. I mean, there are people now with degrees who can't even get a job at Starbucks. Like, it's gonna get worse unless something else like dramatically changes. And no one seems to like have an idea of how we're supposed to replace these jobs. And no one wants universal basic income. So like, what happens? I don't know. It's like what do you remember when Besant said where he's like, poor people are doing really badly unless they have stocks. Do you guys remember that quote that he did? He's like, if you just have money in the bank account, in your bank account, like life really sucks because not only has the dollar gone down, right? But like the only thing that's gone up that materially is the stock market because prices have also gone up. Inflation is bad. The US dollar is bad, right? So like if you just have money in savings, you're kind of just cucked. But if you have money in the stock market, life is good. But like poor people don't have money in the stock market. So it's just bad. Like the new American dream is having money in Nvidia. So yeah, that's why I keep yelling at my brother. It's like he's about to make like the two like worst decisions of his life. First of all, he has zero money invested in the market, and he only has it in like a 3% Chase savings account. And then he's about to spend all of his money buying a house at the top right now. It's like just what what? Bro has like $130,000 in savings and has zero of it invested and wanted to put it into a house now. I don't know, man. Crazy. Like the only people buying right now are like him and BlackRock. uh, ooh, you think buying a house now? You're crazy.
In like 2-3 years.
Okay, well, I mean, here's the thing. Is either this is the last opportunity to buy a house or it's going to be the worst financial decision of your life. It's like it's either one. But the worst thing you can do is either not be putting money into the stock market and buy that house, right? Like the worst thing you can do right now is just have money in savings, in my opinion. Like it's either you're putting money into like stocks and that kind of like you're investing, or you're buying a house and then like you're gonna be like the last person, like the last generation to own a house that isn't like Blackstone, right? Like it is what it is. I that's like the dystopian future. Yeah, because they're gonna own everything else, then you're just gonna rent, and mortgages stay the same, and it's impossible. I mean, I just don't know, but I mean, it's like I was telling Grotto the other day, it makes way more sense from like a capital perspective right now to invest, to rent and invest in the stock market with the remaining capital. Like getting a mortgage at the same rate as what you can pay, um, like rent plus, and then sorry, I'm watching the market. You pay rent that would be cheaper than your mortgage. You put the rest of that money that would have been your mortgage at a 20 or 30-year rate into the stock market right now. That capital is going to do much more work for you right now than a mortgage would, because for the next 5-10 years, all you're going to be doing is paying interest on your mortgage anyways. The stock market is outperforming, and then wait for mortgages to lower, like rates to lower. Rotation is a little slow. I don't know. My opinions on real estate are very different than others, but like it just like if you can't afford the house on like a 15-year mortgage, then I feel like your money is better invested in other markets.
According to the information, Meta plans to spend $600 billion through 2028 in the US.
I mean, this didn't always hold true, right? Like if this was 5 years ago, it would have been really worth buying a house and then selling it, right? Like you would instantly just made money because the market was insane. But now it just like does not make sense. There's better opportunities elsewhere. Hmm. So I gotta go soon.
2 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
2 more hours of rotations.
Yeah, actually, I gotta head out. I didn't realize it was the slate.
Enjoy your weekend. And I guess next week. Hopefully I don't get eaten by a bear.
Yeah. Good luck.
It will be good. Yes, I am. So there will be a newsletter this week, but next weekend it will be different. I think Braxton might do it.
Energy chief
Alright.
says natural gas will become the largest US export.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this range, boys. Like, there's not much else to say. I'm going to take off my first risk here into 28, our mid. This is POC, previous candle. Just playing
So
off of
US Energy
605.
Department of Secretary Wright
And,
says that natural
yeah,
gas will become the largest US export.
there we go. If we can push up, you're looking for 40 to 60. If we can get over 60s and hold, you're looking to sustain for expansion. For downside, you want to be playing off of this 86 to 605, and we want to see a very clear offer below, and then we can rotate down to 540. Until then, you're just looking for the bid to be here. You're looking to play the higher low, right? So not the initial look in, but the look above, and then the hold. It's just balance. But I will talk to you all later. ES, same thing. Just balance here between our 30-second opening range here from yesterday, I believe. Yeah. This is our 30-second opening range from Thursday. This 64 to 68. Really like this level. If we can hold below, then we should rotate down to value low into our 54 to 56. But if as long as this is holding, I expect rotations to 75s and then 84s. If we can get over 84, should see rotation up to like 92, 96, just previous day value high. You just want to see this.
The Energy Secretary Wright predicts that
Go
US gas exports will
supportive.
double in Trump's term.
If that continues to fail, then there's no upside. Something to keep in mind is Russell in the downtrend? It's kind of been leading. Remember we talked about RTY, the high of the day, most likely being at this VWAP, right? So we just are holding that as resistance and then have been in a slight curl over ever since. So what you're going to be
Says
watching
Energy
for
Secretary Wright, speaking in Washington.
is, I think, a rotation down to here before you see the next leg. Just watch this POC shift here at 70, 370. I could see this being where we find a bounce if you don't just see it now. I could see this being target. I'm going to call this reversion. Yeah. So like if this, oops. If this continues to fail to push above, we'd be looking for that to revert down. Okay, that's about it. It's the same shit we've been doing.
Indeed.
All right. If you guys need anything over the weekend, just let me know. Peace. I will post the charts in chat as soon as I get off of YouTube. Yeah, of course, man. Have a great weekend.